Yeah, I guess I'm not. Yeah. On your life. What? Yeah.
That's exactly what I'm selling.
I'm already annoyed.
I was gonna say, we can.
Right. We do it. Good. Then we have to do it.
Central, E. Do you folks on the meeting be aware that you are all being muted as you come in? If you'd like to speak, please unmute yourself and raise your hand. There's a button on your controls bar for raising your hand. Also, you can use the chat to ask questions, and I will pass those questions on.
For the invitation and legislative flag. Please join me in prayer. Almighty God, we are so grateful for the travel mercies you've given us to come to Western Maryland. Father, we ask you to be with the association this weekend. Give us the wisdom and knowledge we need to do the right things for fire service in Maryland. Father, look after those who are unable to be with us for health reasons, control them, guide them, and protect them. Father, watch out for those who are answering the calls, protect them and guide them. statement. Those in need. Here's a song. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Have the welcome now, President Walker, and from the host company, Dave Kyle.
Good morning, everybody. Thanks to those of you that were able to travel up here. We appreciate it. This is about what I really wanted. This is what I had envisioned. Enough people to put in the room, still have a good meeting, and still keep everybody safe and have a good distant meeting, complying with CDC requirements. If you notice around the room, there's a couple of bottles of the big bottles of hand sanitizer there for your use as you need, if you need them. Everybody should have got an individual bottle also. Use them if you run out. There's more up front, you can get them, or you can just use the big bottles. And I want to thank Flintstone for taking this leap of faith and helping us to pull this off. We were getting a lot of people that thought we shouldn't do this. We watched the numbers, checked with the health department in Allegheny County, got pretty much the blessing of everybody that was involved. I felt that it's just something we needed to do. So with that, I welcome you. Welcome to Western Maryland. Mr. Kyle, would you like to welcome us to your department? Mr. President, excuse me.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome up to the mountains. For lunch today, we have roadkill. We're going to have skunk or possum, whichever you like. Not where we're going to have fried chicken. Welcome to Flintstone. If you need anything, I'm in the kitchen if you need me for anything. Welcome. Thank you.
Recognition of guests, Mr. Second Vice President Ken Kurtz.
Good morning. I'd like to recognize our past presidents, Robert Cumberland, 1987-88. Stephen D. Cox, 1996-97. Gene Worthington, 2002-2003. Robert W. Jacobs, 2004-2005. Frank Underwood, 2008-2009. Doyle Cox, 2010-2011. David W. Lewis, 2011-2012. Art Milter, 2017-2018. Richard Blair, 2018-2019. Michael R. Faust, 2019-2020. Did I miss anyone? All right. Moving on to our Board of Trustees. We have Doug Alexander, who's virtual. Vice Chairman Jeffrey Clements. And Trustee Thomas A. Mattingly, Jr. Executive Committee members, Chairman Lee Lutz, virtual Doug Simpkins, Committee member Charlie Abrick, Bobby Blackenstein, Ron Block is virtual, Skip Carey, Steve Cox, past president. Tim Dayton. Robert Phillips. Charles Simpson. Daniel Stevens. Buddy Sutton is virtual, and Mike Fowles. Going on to our guest, Allied Partners. From MEMS, we have Dr. Tim Chismar and Mark Bilter. And that's basically all I have as far as allied agencies. President Struntz, Don, would you like to introduce your auxiliary officers?
Good afternoon, everyone. Corresponding secretary today, I have with us Joan Kramer, Vice Chaplain Jennifer Johnson. We've also got Bessie Marshall, Kathy Nibble here today, and Patricia Demon, wishes everyone a very productive meeting today. Thank you.
Past presidents, Don.
I thought of that. For past presidents today, we have with us Sandy Lutz, 2010, Kathy Nibble, 2009, and Brenda Harrison is a guest with Kathy Nibble.
That is all, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you, Mr. Second Vice President. Before we go any further, I have a presentation here that I want to do. Robbie Blackiston, will you come forward, please? This is a special recognition award presented to Timothy R. Robbie Blackiston in appreciation for your dedicated service to the Maryland State Farmers Association's Executive Committee as chairman, presented on this 12th day of September 2020, which was when we were supposed to have the phase 2 by the Executive Committee. Thank you very much. All right, with that, we'll get into the officers report. President Chuck Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I filed my report electronically. A few things I want to kind of go over real quick. And you'll hear more about this later during the meeting later on. We just overcame a pretty good hurdle in this state with the budget cuts that were looming over us in general, the fire service, due to that was going to be taking place against the helicopters. We've been able to thwart that with a lot of help from our legislative committee, reaching out to partners and people within the state, legislators especially. Two gentlemen especially on that committee worked endlessly since the first week of July right through till was it Wednesday when we got notified that this actually had come to fruition and cuts would not be made. So, as we go through this week, and you're going to hear about this a couple more times, keep that in the back of your mind, how much work and how much effort went into keeping this from happening. And we're going to take steps to see if we can make sure this doesn't happen again in the future. I want to point out a couple of things. My hat's off to Wayne Tone and Kate and Lynn for the work they've done with the tag committee. We had a snafu, we'll call it a snafu in MBA. Found a few things about that, overcame that. Tags are being processed. People who had tags that had applied for them, like what was it last year, some of them. Yeah, so they're being processed and being sent out. Kate, I'm not trying to steal your thunder on your report, but she's been notified by some people that they haven't got their tags. So that's all good progress that's been going on. There hasn't been a lot going on in the state, as everybody knows. The three of us have been clamoring just to be able to go out somewhere to go do something. We've made a few meetings, association meetings and conventions. There's been very few, but that were live, but we did make a few. And we're here. I mean, if you need something from us, pick up the phone and call us. That's what we're here for. So, and with that, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. The first vice president will not be here today. He will be with us tomorrow, from what I understand. So, Mr. Second Vice President, your report, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do want to introduce the State Farm Marshal, Brian Geraci, who just came in. He went to the bathroom. But he just did come in. And also from MSFA, Steve Cox is Associate Director. I want to recognize as our allied agencies. As President Walker alluded to, it's been a challenging time since we took over office in June. The three of us have been on constant. We do a teleconference every Tuesday. I've had the pleasure of coming to Allegheny Garrett for their convention back this summer and attended that event. And at Pleasant Valley, company meeting, had the pleasure of handing out the Hall of Fame for members of Pleasant Valley, the Marbury Gates, and also assisting past President Bob Jacobs in the Robert Scheimer Award to the recipient of Charlie Simpson. It's indeed an honor for that. We are still in the process of handing out the awards. This is unique times when we're so used of doing this in Ocean City. And we're just getting out to all the different county and regional associations to get those awards out to our members. Basically, that's all I have. We're here to serve you, and thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Second Vice President. We'll move on to the Executive Director, Kate, here. Where's the button? Oh, light screen on there.
Oh, there we go. Okay. Okay, remove my mouse. My report's been electronically filed. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chair, members of the committee, President, officers, organization, and community representatives, and all of our guests. I'm grateful to be here in person today to report out as the executive director for our Real Estate Farmers Association. It's been a long time between executive committee meetings, so it's nice to see everybody here this weekend. Since my last report at convention in June, the MSFA staff and I have been busy continuing the everyday tasks of the association. Communication from our member companies has continued, has been steadily increasing as we move into the next phase of the COVID pandemic. I would like to report that I've been traveling throughout the state. I've had previous meetings. But with obvious restrictions due to COVID, obviously, the presidents have been doing most of the traveling. They've been a great conduit for the staff to be able to update the association on what we've been doing in Compton. So I thank them for their support and getting that information out. I did attend the Allegheny Garrett Convention in July, so it's also nice to see everybody there. Meetings I have attended, most of the virtual EMS boards, SAC meetings, several committee meetings, including fire safety. The committee chairs have been working hard to make sure that the business of the association is continuing. So we appreciate the hard work. Just to highlight a few things that have been going on since convention. I won't get into all the details because it's in my report, but I'd be happy to answer questions afterwards and throughout the weekend. We did submit the budget letter to the governor. It was submitted on July 14th. We have requested to meet with the adjutant general, so hopefully that will occur in the next few weeks. The replacement tag process, as President Walker alluded to, has resumed. There's still going to be a delay, so even though we are processing and sending them applications, it's still going to take 1 to 2 months for the tags to actually reach our applicants. They have over 1,500 organizations at the MBA that they do tags for. So we're just one of many, but they've really been working with us to get us back up and running. I want to thank MSFA Executive Assistant Lynn Hawkins for all of her hard work, because that was no easy task, and especially trying to get back on board with MBA. It's been a little tedious, but I think we're on the right path now. Unfortunately, for our 2020 FEMA Safer Grant application, we were not successful again this time. We are trying to figure out where we're falling short. Doesn't seem to be with our scores and our peer review that we are falling short anywhere. It's just in the picking pile. We're just ending up after FEMA's already allocated their funding. There is another application opening up in January that we will be applying for, and if there's any changes that need to be made to the application prior to that, we will of course update. Ron is going to report on the 501c3 status that we were awarded last month. So he'll be reporting on that tomorrow, but it does allow us to obviously now take donations as well as purchases, tax exempt for purchases. So any organization, any committee that needs to make purchases and needs that tax exempt ID number, please let us know through a formal written request to the department office. And we'll be glad to provide that. The fiscal impact on volunteer department data collection. This happened back in late April into May. I had reached out to the executive committee members for information of within your jurisdictions of how the COVID crisis was impacting our organizations fiscally. So we did get a lot of information back from over half of the departments within the state, and those figures were sent to the Governor's Chief of Staff, House Speaker Adrian Jones, and the President of the Senate, Bill Ferguson. We did not receive information back or a response back from them, but we felt that it was still prudent for them to have that information. I will be sending a new request for that latter part of the year, because we only went through August 31st. So we're going to ask for the loss estimates that are for that these departments are incurring from September 1st to December 31st to add those to the totals to the governor's office. Just this morning, I sent over a revised version of the MSFA diversity and inclusion policy to Charlie Simpson, that we've been working on that together to make sure that we have a document that covers diversity and inclusion, especially in recent events and times where diversity and inclusion are being looked at. And we felt it was important to have a policy that went along with our sexual harassment policy and discrimination policy. So once that document is reviewed by Charlie and reviewed by our attorney, we will be sending it to the executive committee members for approval. And last but not least, for the last month or so, I have been working with the Maryland Department of Health on COVID antibody testing that they are going to be offering for all of the Maryland first responders. I did hand out a booklet. It basically, the initial information on this was the first one that came out from Dr. Chen at the MDH. It was only geared for Maryland firefighters and paramedics. Since then, and after talking to MSFA and the National Firefighters Foundation, we decided that it would be prudent, obviously, to include the volunteers, EMS, and law enforcement in their study and to figure out who's been exposed, to COVID. And they were looking to create this report and this study to see just how far-reaching the crisis has come to our first responders. So this was the initial paperwork that came out. I did send each of you an updated form for the first responders that I received from our contact at MDH. I sent them this morning, so you should have that in your email. That's just for informational purposes. Jake Whitaker is who I've been dealing with Maryland Department of Health, and he will be sending me a Google survey that I will be distributing to all of you to distribute to all of your associations and to all of the departments. And basically what the survey is that it explains what the process is, it explains what the process needs as far as supplies, as far as personnel to draw the blood, as far as, all that information, and how each department will be able to access those resources. And it will specifically ask each department to tell the Maryland Department of Health what they need. Like, do they need supplies? Do they just need people to come and do the survey? Do they need more? So once that comes out, which they say should be coming out Tuesday or Wednesday of next week, that will be distributed, and then we can start going from there and getting all of our departments included. I know some of the major departments, the career volunteer combination departments for Prince George's County, Montgomery, and Frederick, they have already been doing the antibody testing already, and they've been including some of their volunteers. So we want to make sure that all of the jurisdictions across the state are included in this study. So that's why it's going to be important that when I do send the information out, that we get it out to the associations as soon as possible so they can start their departments and getting their supplies and the personnel that they need for the study. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them now or throughout the weekend.
Any questions for the executive director? If not, thank you, Kate.
Thank you.
This will be the secretary's report. President Cox.
You have a copy of my report. I want to conference to recognize the individuals that had worked all day long, volunteered, gave up her time, and that's Mr. Past President Phil Hurlong, his wife, Jean Aaron, Assistant Secretary, Richard Smith, and my wife spent the day in Carlton put together the packets of convention information, such as a proceedings book, convention book, and memorial. And not only did they spend the day there putting together, but they spent time afterwards passing these out and getting them into the hands of the member companies. Today, one of your action items is to approve the minutes of a couple of previous meetings. One, June the 15th is a Zoom meeting. June the 18th is a special Zoom meeting. And July the 29th. There are a couple other dates in there that the minutes have not been officially approved, prepared yet, and they will be coming at a later date. And also on August the 6th. Charles, I think it covers all of them, right? That's correct. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion we approve the minutes as presented.
We have a second to that? Second. Second by Charles Haber. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The ayes have it, so ordered.
Thank you. Also earlier this morning and today, I believe each one of you, especially the elected and appointed officers, received a whistleblower policy along with several others, conflict of interest and so on. If you are an elected officer or a appointed committee appointed officer, and you have not received a C and a G here, so you can get this thing cleared up. Later on today, we will be passing out the directories. Shirley, are all of them here or on? Yeah, I mean, are all of them here? Okay, there's only a portion of them here today, so the limited is going to be limited on the numbers that you receive. We'll get the others to that. Reminder, as you travel, as you make contact with the member companies, and even if you know of anyone coming up that's celebrating a 25, 50, 75, or whatever anniversary or special event, let us know so we can properly recognize these individuals. And, you know, a lot of people look for this. They look for the recognition. So, you know, do your part. I'll do my part and get the certificates made out. But send me an email, indicate what you need. Committee chairs, vital part. Submitting your reports. I noticed that some of them only came in last night or yesterday. It doesn't give Richard time to get them uploaded. Please submit them on time. And if you know of 2 weeks out or 3 weeks out, go ahead and submit them. That gives him more time to get them up on the webpage. And with that, that covers my report. Any questions? Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Next on the agenda is the chaplain's report. Chaplain Long.
Good morning. Unfortunately, with COVID, we've been limited to our hospital visits, nursing home visits, and we've been sending cards to those who are ill. With me this weekend, I brought a Dr. David Jeremiah sent books just for times such as this. It's called Sheltering God, and it will help you get through times of COVID crisis. If anybody like a copy or needs a copy to give someone else, please stop by. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Chaplain. All right. The LAMSFA officers. President Strong. Do you have anything?
Thank you, Chairman Woods. As far as the LAMSFA, we've also been pretty much grounded since Our installation was virtual. The ladies, some of them are meeting via Zoom at this time, and the officers are doing their best to keep up with everything that we can do. So if there's anything that we can do on behalf of the LA MSFA, please feel free to reach out to us or President Walker and his team. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Bessie Marshall, Kathy Dimple, I know I saw you somewhere.
And one thing about conference, we are still planning on moving forward with the conference at Accokeek November 14th. So if anyone has not gotten your information back, please make sure that you do. Thank you.
Good morning, I'm Kathy Nickel, co-chair of the Bessie Marshall Fund. Good morning to President Walker, First Vice President Cray, Second Vice President Kirk, Chairman Lutz, and the Executive Committee. This is the report as of July 2020. The Bessie Marshall Benefit Fund has paid 3 cases totaling $2,840. Cases per county are Carroll, Caroline, and Washington. Each had 1. The response for payment to Bessie Marshall Fund has been slow coming in since conference. We don't know if it has something to do with COVID or if it has something to do with people just not needing the Bessie Marshall benefit. The monetary response to the Bessie Marshall Benefit Fund lottery has been slow also, except I mailed the Bessie Marshall lottery tickets out with the September mailing to the state auxiliaries, and I've had a very good response of $650 so far. I brought with me today the Bessie Marshall lottery tickets for the fire departments in Maryland. I want to thank everyone on the executive board for their cooperation with forwarding them to their companies and the executive area. Your continued support is vital to our committee. Thank you very much.
Any questions for the Bessie Marshall Chair? No, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, we have the ambassadors. Are they virtual or?
No. No, sir. No virtual.
Some reports.
He is virtual.
Can you hear me out there?
Are you hearing him?
Yes, Doug
Yeah,
Alexander.
right. I don't know how to turn it up anymore.
Are you wait? Am I be waiting on? I can't hear anybody out there.
Doug, I
There
can
he
hear
is.
you. Doug, you sound good.
I heard somebody say my name, but that's all I heard.
Yeah, Doug, you're sounding good.
Okay. Are you ready for the trustees report?
Yes, please.
Okay. I'll make it as brief as I can. We filed electronically a week or so ago, and there's been just a little bit of addition and change there. I want to hit just a couple of real quick points. We have finally made contact with our Colburn Cup winner, and we will be presenting the Colburn Cup at the company meeting for North Beach Fire Department on November the 4th. If anybody wishes to attend, please feel free to do so. The trustees will all be there, along with Princess Anne Fire Department. We've got, we just finished a claim night before last on our Zoom meeting. We have denied a claim for benefits to the Boonesboro Fire Department for one of their members. I'm not going to go into the details, but just to let you know that that claim was denied. We do have notifications on 3 additional claims, but we have not received the paperwork as of yet. All 3 of those claims do have time to file within the time parameters that we have set. So we'll be hearing from them, I'm sure, in the next month or so. Let's see. We have 1 disability claim that we are working on right now. It may become a permanent disability claim from back in 2019. We've just got another continuation from that individual, and we've decided to continue his benefits for now until the next continuation is due, and we will reevaluate at that time. I had emailed the president and second vice president and past President Fouts, referenced the personnel for the appeals board. We're getting, like I say, we've got 3 claims pending and 1 we just denied. And certainly we want to be prepared if any of these folks should decide to appeal. I do not have a list of who is going to be selected for this board, who will make these selections, and you know, if they've been contacted and have given written approval. Mike Faust, past President Faust, has gotten back to us, and he is working on that issue. And I certainly appreciate him stepping up to give us a hand with that. Like I said, I don't want to get caught with our drawers down when somebody decides to appeal this one of our decisions. And certainly this appeals process is very important, and we want to make sure it's done right. So I appreciate Mike Faust picking right up on that, and I'm sure we'll get something cleared on that shortly. In my report, I outlined some of the issues we have coming up with the budget. I think we're going to get through fine this year, but in years to come, we may have to start thinking about finding some more funds or some other ways to bring funds together. Certainly, we're you know, well in excess of our budget this year, and will be next year, I'm sure. Fortunately, we do have a pretty robust reserve fund, so we're you know, we're looking to see what we can do to try to help that situation in some way. Certainly, the last thing we want to do is deny benefits to people who deserve them, and we are not going to do that. You know, I'm not sure what will happen should we get one of the issues where we do run out of money some way. I've talked extensively with Director Brinkley from State Budget Office, and he has clued me into some things that we may do if we have to. So the long and the short of that is time will tell. I think the budget issue is not, you know, beating us up right now, but again, I don't want to call our drawers down here a couple of years down the road. So that's my concern there. I think that pretty much brings us up to date on the trustees. Vice Chairman Clements is there, and so is Trustee Tommy Mattingly Jr. And certainly they are on top of all this situation. Just and if you have any questions that you care to ask them, please feel free to do so. Both those gentlemen were good enough to be able to make the meeting today. Terry Thompson is on virtually. He's listening in, I'm sure. Jeff Thompson, I believe, is at his vacation home in Chincoteague, so he will not be joining us today. If you have any questions or anything at this time that I can help out with, please speak up.
Any questions for the chairman? Any questions? Thank you, Chairman Alexander.
Thank you.
All right, right now.
Sorry, it's not you. I just got to turn something off. Come on, shut off. Sorry. No, I didn't. He is online. He's virtual. Turn your mic off, Lee. Thanks. Where is that coming from? Thank you, guys. Lee, announce who you're looking for again.
The attorney, Mike Farland, he's online, you think?
Yes, sir.
All right. Can he give us his report?
Are you calling for my report? Mr. Chair, were you calling for my report?
Mike, why am I not hearing you?
I should be off mute. Can you hear now? Can you hear me now? Okay. Just a very brief report. I apologize for not being there in person today, but my wife and I are expecting another baby in December, so we're trying to keep our contact with people to a minimum. The only issue that I have to report on this morning is that I have reviewed the diversity operating guidelines presented by the executive director this morning. They look acceptable to approve. Other than that, there's just some ongoing issues with transferring everything over to the 501c3 that I remain available to Ron if there's any issues that pop up for that. Does anybody have any questions? Any questions? Okay.
Thank you, Mike. All right. Move on as the parliamentarian with us today, either online or,
Richard Brooks is online.
all right.
Good, thank you. Good morning, everyone. Richard Brooks here. Richard Snyder, you getting that feed? Okay, I get a thumbs up from Ron Block on Zoom, so I'm going to assume you're getting it there at the meeting. Good morning. It's a pleasure to be with everyone. Certainly, things have been interesting from the parliamentarian point of view. Several inquiries from around the state as the individual companies were trying to work through what's good, what's happening for their companies in their county. And the
Yes, sir.
I'm going to pause there. All right, Richard Snyder, I heard you say something. I stopped, so give me an all clear. All right, I'll just keep going for those online. So the most of the or many counties who have offered to waive 50-point requirements for LoSAP, things like that, the companies took it very seriously and not just as a gift, and worked through their own bylaws and how that was going to affect not only the LoSAP program, but in their own requirements for active membership, for voting privileges, for holding an office, things like that. So a lot of discussions across the state to do that. I have had just nothing but good comments from the folks who have been working through it. If anyone still wrestles with that, feel free to give us a call. we'll work that into your bylaws and see what you can do. The biggest thing is to maintain separation between the income tax incentive and the LoSAP. If the county leadership grants you the 50 points for LoSAP, that's their privilege. If it's your county-run program, it's not their privilege to grant it to you for the incentive. So that's a separate issue. Other than that, I believe Ken Bush is online as well from the Parliamentarian's Office, and we stand prepared to assist the chair or the officer corps as needed. Thank you all very much. It's a pleasure to see you one way or another.
Hey, Richard, we're gonna send out something to all the membership about, for clarification on that, because there's a lot of confusion. We're gonna send something out in mail or a message or something.
So the questions have been different, each time they come in. I'll be happy to put something together generically and then offer to discuss it specifically. But if you could give me a couple of the questions that you're facing potentially in Southern Maryland, I'll be happy to address that.
I just think generally in what you just gave us, so that everybody has the same information, and then, that may generate more questions, for you guys.
Sure. Yeah, no worries.
Hey, Richard, I would appreciate that also. There's other LoSAP questions going on in Anne Arundel County right now, and I want to make sure we have all of the guidelines at the state and county level lined up correctly so there's no problems in the future. Thank you.
All right, will do.
With the COVID-19 pandemic. Again, we've been tracking this for several months, and really, I can't thank everyone for all their assistance with that. I met with the EMS committee last week, and I know you'll hear from them as well. So again, we do have the complete written report, but I'll hit some of the highlights. We'd like to continue to emphasize that companies maintain the level of awareness regarding COVID-19 PPE, and make sure that we're not growing complacent with PPE ordering. And at the same time, we'd also like to ensure
I'm not making changes, folks, I promise you. Okay, I know what's going on. Try it again, Doctor. I'm
All right,
sorry.
no problem.
I'm just,
So again, just to hit a few of the highlights, we'd like to remind the companies as well as the hospitals, and we've been doing this in all the meetings, that as we have PPE available, we have EMT and paramedic students that still do need to have clinical rotation time. Through attrition, we lose about 900 EMTs and paramedics every year in the state, and if we're not replacing those students in the pipeline, obviously we'll come up with quite a shortfall. MSFA continues to make available COVID-19 nasal swab testing, so we encourage all counties and companies to take advantage of that. And that again is the nasal swab testing, so if you have someone who has been exposed, unprotected on a call or at the fire station, or has symptoms, again, we've been able to get great turnaround, less than 24 hours in some cases, on those COVID-19 swabs. From a licensure and certification standpoint, all ALS have been extended from their original expiration of April 30th to October 31st. So that's right around the corner. All BLS has been extended from June the 30th until December the 31st. After these deadlines, the governor's extension on all licenses allows those professionals to remain current or remain with an active license until 30 days after the termination of the state of emergency, whatever that may be. And so I would emphasize, so that we don't have the snowball effect, that we continue to have folks enrolling continuing education and continue to try and meet their refresher requirements as they're able. I know that MIFRE has planned extra classes, particularly for BLS research, to make sure that can happen. And again, just not knowing when the end of the state of emergency is going to be, after those deadlines, people could become essentially month to month, but they will be extended in accordance with the governor's order. We'll actually have a formal document that'll be released on that very shortly here. Next item I want to cover is vaccination. So I know it's particularly important to get the flu vaccine now. September, October, the optimal time to do that. And this is particularly important this year since we'll have COVID and flu both circulating. To that end, we've put out public notice number 6 on our website that permits paramedics, when they're partnered with hospitals or health departments, to also administer flu vaccine and COVID vaccine when it becomes available to the public. Again, we understand that the Department of Health is working through the sort of the priority list as far as vaccine when it becomes available. Preliminarily, we think that first responders will be towards the top, but also nursing home patients will probably be at the very top as far as when COVID vaccine becomes available. And I know Ms. Tominelli covered the sero survey. Again, I would just like to continue to encourage people to reach out either to Ms. Tominelli or to me. We can get you connected with the Department of Health for antibody testing. In general, with COVID-19, we've been making an effort to keep our guidance up to date, sometimes weekly. We continue to have bi-weekly calls with all the jurisdictions through MIMS to disseminate the latest guidance. And again, if there are any questions on that, I'm happy to answer them. The last thing I'll mention is many of you know Ron Schaefer, who's worked as our Chief Compliance Officer. He's been with MIMS for over 42 years. He'll be retiring at the end of this month. So we wish Ron very well in his retirement. And Lisa Shervon will be our acting Chief Compliance Officer now, and will take over the reins from Ron starting on November the 1st of this year. So thank you very much. I'm certainly happy to take any questions you may have.
Are there any questions? Any questions from people online?
not seeing anybody coming off mute, Mr. President or Mr. Chairman.
EMS committee. Alderman Steve.
Report has been submitted electronically. A lot of information already.
Could you move? Yeah, there you go.
Okay, we'll try this one. Recognize two providers that also this pandemic, Christian Parker from our Herbert County, Jeff Schaefer, two providers that were also in this pandemic. As we are moving forward here, we realize that we still have some providers that are a little apprehensive about because of their age or health. We want to make sure that we continue to keep those providers vested. And as Josmar mentioned, now's the time to continue to work through and make sure that you're maintaining your certifications. We don't have a backlog. The end of this pandemic, the governor finally says, okay, that he's going to rescind his executive order and then have a matter. So trying to get into a certification class that will make it very difficult. So now's the time to try to get into a class. We've asked everybody to come and monitor that. Help us with the numbers of that. How many folks are trying to get registered or enter a research class that and not able to do that. So as the classes are pulling up, remember that the pandemic kind of threw the schedules off a little bit for class that's ending to one that's starting, and the instructors have been limited. So we're doing the best that we can to try to keep pace with that. So I would say register early, make sure that you show up, and we're going to keep track of the numbers. We just don't have a backlog at the end. Take advantage of doing that. So we're still accepting providers that have that once their certifications back, now's the time and the window to do that. We've had now folks taking advantage of that. So we've been providers before and they want some certification. Now's the time while we're under this executive order. We'd like to have you back and keep moving forward. Some information that came out of regional chairs and Southside was about our 50/50 grants for monitors and regulators and region chairs have gotten that information back out starting next cycle. It's a short timeline for that, so please pay attention to the timeline. We've had some hiccups with that in the past. I think that legal affairs with committee design moves out, so it makes the conversation a lot of file. But we were able to expend all the money that NIMS allocated. And last year's cycle, I think we had $1,000 that wouldn't fall into anything. If you're those APDs and monitors, even more crucial now, physio, physio product, Phase 1 monitors will be a little bit
effort to try to get motorable to the delivery. So, they fade away or the motherboard goes up, they will not be replacing that particular unit. So if you have a like pack 15, please replace your oldest unit first. This will have so, a little bit more difficult. Please pay adherence to that. Question in reference to acetaminophen, the Maryland protocol and research that was recertification. We always default back to the Maryland protocol. You know that the national requirements say one thing, and Maryland's a little bit different. But please, when there's a conflict, please refer back to the Maryland protocol. Had some discussion with Newbury and asked them to make sure that there is a conflict going forward. And if there's ever a question, please refer back to your mental health director for any questions that you may have. Again, Dr. Chidmore touched on the flu vaccine. There's more apparent coming into the winter months. Providers get flu vaccines. Also, are making sure that the health department, paramedics in the area, in the region, are able to administer those vaccines. So we have a computational drill. Fire department to get vaccines to the personnel. Make sure that we stay safe ourselves. Certainly want to congratulate Jake for all his help. Clients all here, he's done an excellent job. Nothing about volunteers. It's a tedious job to have. Make sure that you're not getting yourself in trouble. Congratulations on your retirement. There is some question about the Newbury's EMT class that was brought up at our last meeting, that there are 3 different versions still currently being installed across the state. It's really a little bit confusing with some of those providers. We're asking and speaking with every personnel to see if we can bring the pilots to a quarter. We only have one particular class. Whatever that office will be, that we're all being taught and educated. That's been a long drawn process, especially here with the executive work and a couple years into it. Hopefully, there is one that's going to come that after the first of the year, that we'll have one class, and we've asked them also to explain the hours with the class, why it's so long, to make sure that we're meeting national register requirements. There'll be some subtle differences because of the hours outside of the class are up to the students. So we can't try to do study time hours. We'll have a baseline for what the hours are and how to do. Also with that, we really need to make sure that we're developing mentors within our department. I know there's not a specific class out there. Maybe that's something that we can work on together. We need to make sure that the new curriculum that we can educate some of our senior MPs and paramedics. We know exactly what we need to do or teach or help educate our new MPs coming out. It's not a good thing for members to take the class and put on vehicle unless you go to work. You are helping guide. where we can eliminate some of that. Here, that our report was submitted electronically. Next meeting, yes, is a virtual meeting, and that's on December 6th. Make sure that we post that information for anyone else that wants to online.
Are there any questions for the chairman? Any questions from online?
No, sir.
I appreciate that.
Thank you, sir. All right, the ALS subcommittee.
We are going to ask that everybody that comes up to present either get close to the mic or speak louder than you normally would. Folks that are online are saying they can't understand it, and I can't turn the mic up anymore because it's going to blow your ears out. It's feeding back, is what's happening. So please speak up loud.
The ALS subcommittee. Mr. Chairman, that was presented by the Chairman Smothers as well as the ALS. Yes, sir. Okay. MSAC. The MS board as well, was that all consistent? How about MSFA training committee?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. It's a pleasure to represent Director Mike Cox today. Mike had another commitment, couldn't be here, and Deputy Director Pat Marlette had another commitment. I do have MIFRE's report. Apologize. We were finalizing and getting numbers and did not get it in time. However, the report has been filed at reports, and the secretary was kind enough to make some copies. They are in the bag and are available to you. On the COVID response, we are doing a combination of classroom instruction and Zoom instruction. We are doing some hands-on and practical. The hands-on practicals have been with 9 students and 1 instructor, observing all CDC requirements. We are hopeful, and we have been moving towards, if the state response phases continue, the size for instruction and space social distancing permits, we'll extend that so that maybe we can have more than just 9 people. We've been doing COVID testing. All faculty and staff have been COVID tested statewide. Instructors that teach at a university facility or have any kind of face-to-face interaction have to be tested, and we have tested as many of those as we possibly can. Arrangements can be made at the regional offices. Each regional office has test kits, and an instructor can contact the regional coordinator and go in for the test. Students that are reporting to the College Park facility are being COVID tested. The 2021 course catalogs and fall schedules are published online, and hard copies are available. Moving into the EMT programs, and I want to talk a little bit about the the pilots. The first pilot that we presented, which is the pilot that we learned from Frederick County. In that particular pilot, we had an 80% pass rate on National Registry. And one thing that you've got to remember, and Chairman Smothers talked about it, he was talking about differences. We have to include those differences for National Registry so the students can pass. Afterwards, we do sessions that are strictly Maryland so that they are familiar with the Maryland protocols and the Maryland. So that's why there's a little bit of confusion. Just the way National Registry is laid out. In the second pilot, we had an 83% pass rate at the National Registry, and on the second attempt, an 89% pass rate. The overall national pass rate right now is 70 and 74% if you include the two most current cadet programs. And unfortunately, this spring, we thought the cadet programs would do very, very well. The cadet programs have 50% pass rate on the National Registry. We did go back and talk to a lot of the students, and some of the responses we got from the students were, well, we stopped going to class in February, so we didn't do anything else. And they came back to class, and unfortunately, we're not that successful. One of the other responses was that I'm in the program and I don't really need it for graduation, so I was just taking the class.
It's
We'll
not
see how
bad.
that shakes out. The Brady EMT stats for 2019, there were 1,032 students registered in the Brady EMT classes. During the 12-month period, a total of 199, or 19% of the students dropped or withdrew from the class. This left 833 students in the class. Of the 833 students, a total of 686, or 82% students passed the class. A total of 491 students attempted the National Registry exam between January 1st and December 31st of 2019. And the results of that, the MSFA students that attempted were 834. The students that passed on the first attempt were 525, or 63%. Students that passed up to the third attempt were 627, or 75%. Nationally, if you compare it, there were 81,535 students. The number that passed on the first attempt was 56,079, or 69%. And on the third attempt, 64,415, or 79%. So we're in the 60s and 70s, the same as National Registry. Do want to clarify, and Chairman Smothers talked about 3 different EMT programs. We do not have 3 different EMT programs. What some of the misconception is, we had the old Brady program, that those classes that were postponed in February, March timeframe are continuing, and because they were somewhere in that program, we could not move them into the pilot or the other program. So they are finishing up. Most of them are complete now. We do have the 2 programs, and I'll explain those a little bit more. But some of the changes to the traditional Brady program are being piloted because of the poor national registry success. And with that, there's been some changes with the Brady program. We've moved to a new textbook. There's no more Brady Lab, which Brady Lab, people were having difficulty and they just weren't doing it. We're calling this program a hybrid pilot. And we're using the EMS testing material. One thing that we're also learning, we had a test the other night in module 1, and the students weren't doing very well. And when we went back and checked with the students, well, we weren't doing our EMS testing. And that's critical that they follow along in EMS testing. Some of the FY, before I go on, is there any questions on that? Because I know Chairman Smothers brought it up. Oh, okay. In the AAOS, the new program, we went to the AAOS book, and that seems to lay it out a lot better than Brady did. In the Brady book, there was a lot of jumping around from session to session to find where you should be, and it's a smooth transition. The instructors are indicating that they like it better. The students are having much better success in learning. Other questions? Okay, moving on, some overall MIFRE stats for 2020. We delivered 1,293 emergency services programs with a total of 25,883 students. Total program hours were 648,962. And if you're interested, I can go through by discipline. You should be receiving the report. We did make some changes in the Firefighter One pilot program. That particular program was piloted in the Northeast over the summer with great success. In that program, there's online, and it's an app-based resource with skills videos, online tool for identification tutorial. The exam prep is also included in that with a lot of interactive content. And all Firefighter One programs have been moved to that content this year, this fall. We're still doing Pearson View testing, and our Pearson View testing centers, all 6 of them remained open during the COVID process. We've administered approximately 800 exams to date. We have applied for a couple grants. We recently were notified that we received an AFG grant totaling $500,000, and we're using that for SCBA, PPE, hazmat meters, econ equipment, communication vests, portable radios, portable saws, extinguisher props, breathing apparatus, compressors, and laser projectors. Also in August, we were notified receiving a $100,000 grant for COVID AFG PPE. The rest of the report talks about our goals. I believe Director Cox has mentioned those in previous executive committee meetings. They're outlined. If you'd like me to go over them, I can, but we're just following what was previously sent. Maryland Instructor Certification Review Board, the August meeting was held, and the April and July applications, research, and re-entries were all approved. Instructor PDIs, we've offered PDI online multiple days in June and August, and we're doing virtual PDI that's scheduled for December in 2020. We've been partnering with DHS Science and Technology for monitoring systems and monitoring firefighter vitals. The University of Maryland School of Public Health in the decision-making under stress, and also with the mathematics and mechanical sciences for fire blankets. We're entering into a bomb awareness training program, and it will be responder confusion created between clandestine labs and bomb-making operations. It's scheduled with the ATF. It was originally scheduled in August, and it was canceled because of COVID, and we're in the process of rescheduling now. Partnering with the International Association of Arson Investigators for fire investigator training, and that's a certificate program, and it will all be interdependent and instruction online. We're doing a lot with electronic registrations and evaluations. We have a new electronic registration evaluation process. We're hopefully it's streamlining and making it much easier for students to register and be accepted in classes. One of the challenges that we have had in that particular program, the student registers, and if the training officer doesn't go in and approve them for the class, they don't get seated in the class until that training officer approves them. So some of the questions have been, the student registered and it took 2 weeks for the training officer to get in and approve them. Why weren't they seated in the class earlier? So if you please pass that along, training officers get in and approve your students. Maryland Weekend. The Maryland Weekend at National Fire Academy is scheduled for February 2021. Right now, it's being placed on hold by National Fire Academy. We are working with them, talking about conducting that program virtually. So more to follow on that. The same with the 2021 Homeland Seminar. We had looked at moving the location, making it more centralized, moving it to the Baltimore-Annapolis area. We're still planning, but the program will probably be done virtually due to COVID. We do have a new online vendor for the EMT recertification. Health Safety Institute, or HIS, is the new vendor for the online training for all EMT recertification programs. We heard a lot, and the training committee heard a lot before about the 12-hour online program. And we had a lot of discussion, and I'm actually a victim of that, I'm only half through that old 12-hour program, and I've got about 30 hours in it. The new program, when you complete 1 hour of instruction, you've completed an hour of instruction and you've completed the module. So 12 hours will be 12 hours. It's got much better content, quality, and choices. It's modular. We're offering that you can do the 12 hours, or you can, if you have some of your local content, you can do individual bits and pieces and get credit for it. And we started that as of September 14th. The last item is the Western Maryland Training Center. The renovations are about to begin. We're going to be moving the office to a temporary location. We're looking at the area for office space. The center will probably be closed around the first of the year and be closed for about a year. So, Other than that, if there's any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
Yeah, I know, but I am recording it.
Any questions for the chairman?
Yes, I have one.
Online?
Yeah, Steve,
All right. Thank you, sir.
Steve, can you hear me?
And you need to add anything for constructive review? You need to add anything for constructive review board? No. You talked about it. You meet on the 14th. Yeah,
Doug, I can hear you fine if you can hear me. I don't think they can hear us.
Check out all the college courses.
Okay, I just had a question for Steve Cox. That's okay. I'll let go.
Higher education that they pertain to fire, EMS, or any of the emergency services. Our next meeting is Wednesday, October the 14th also. And from the Master Training Committee, we're in discussion, and the new chairman, who is Kevin Lewis from Washington County, probably will be in contact with the training members of all the major organizations. We're looking at maybe trying to compile a statewide training plan for everybody, so we're all on the same page and one's not duplicating the other or missing out on some. Other than that, progress from the committee. Thank you. Unless there's any questions. Dan, you have anything you want to add? No. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Any questions at all? All right. Scott, Wood for training.
Push the button on the bottom. Training committee met for the first time this year on September 16th. A few of the things that we discussed was a comprehensive review and update of the 10-year training plan, which currently runs until 2021. We are going to form a working group with our state partners on the review and update, and then have that by the middle of next year. We also spoke to work more closely with our state training partners on our training efforts and delivery throughout the state. Let's work and coordinate our training efforts with other MSFA communities such as recruitment, retention, and safety. And we talked about working and coordinating delivery of training throughout the state with outside partners like MSFA and the Fire Chiefs Association, rather than trying to duplicate effort, combine efforts to make bring more quality training to the state, set up more seminars and expand topics to include diversity for our first responders. We also looked at, talked about looking at new additional funding sources to help offset costs of delivering training programs such as grants, outside partnerships, sponsorships, and donations. Continue to work with the convention committee as part of the training subcommittee, and with MIFRE to schedule training classes during the convention, and continue partnership with MIFRE for delivery of the Grand Weekend International Fire Academy. Any questions?
Any questions for Scott? Any questions from online?
No, sir.
All right, thank you. Lunch is almost ready, but before that, I'm gonna call up Jeff Clemens. He has an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members of the Executive Committee, for allowing me to speak very quickly. I just want to take a minute to formally announce my candidacy for the office of trustee. In December of 2018, the Executive Committee appointed me to the Board of Trustees to fulfill the term of my late uncle, Dan Carpenter. Since then, I'm currently serving this year as Vice Chairman of the Board of Trustees. I would very much appreciate the opportunity to continue to serve the fire rescue, the EMS volunteers of this great state on the Board of Trustees for line of duty death, line of duty injury claims. So, without further ado, I just want to take a minute to announce that, and thank you very much for your support and your time.
Thank you, sir. Chaplain Long, would you give us a prayer for the lunch?
Please join me in prayer. Almighty God, as we break this morning, we ask you to bless the food and have it nourish our bodies, and we bless those who are preparing. We ask this on your son's name. Amen.
Chairman, Mr. Chairman. So ladies and gentlemen, President Kyle just told me, when you get up to go to lunch, please try and socially distance yourselves. There's plenty back there. It'll go pretty quick, but like a table, get up, watch, you kind of, we're going to let you do it on your own. But we don't want somebody to walk around pointing tables or whatever. So just try and make sure there's not a big crowd back there and try and keep your distance. Thank you very much.
Go to your button.
Can I have your attention, got your 50-50 round, please. Winner gets 157.50. Thank you for your contributions. The number is 831-3327. 831-3327.
Thank you.
Hey, I threw it, I get half.
Don't you pick a winner? I mean, you did. Give it half. Give me some.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
All right, we'll call the executive committee meeting back to order. We're going to deviate a little bit from this. I'd like to call up the County Legislative Committee, Attorney Leonard, and Maryland State Police, Captain DeCourcy.
Mr. Chairman. Is everyone out?
Oh, geez.
Nobody told me to do that. Richard. Mr. Chairman, members of the executive committee, what an honor and privilege it is to be here today. I want to let everybody know I drove all the way from Hartford County and I did get lost. So I tried the GPS and took me the wrong way. So I'm just glad I was able to make my way here. It is with honor that I sit next to the new commander of the Aviation Division, Captain DeCourcy. To let everyone know, today is the first time that I've met the gentleman face to face. I've heard a lot about him, and everything I've heard about him, he will definitely be an asset to the Maryland State Police and also to the fire rescue and EMS service of the state of Maryland. I want to let everybody know that may not know this. In 2011, I was on the EMS work group that brought these 10 helicopters to the state of Maryland. And I want everybody, if you remember, there were 3 senators that were adamantly opposed to the state police helicopters. Senator Astle, Senator Pipkin, and Senator Brinkley. Well, what I did at that time is went to Speaker Bush and Speaker Pro Tem, now the Speaker Adrian Jones, and says we cannot let this happen. So we worked on everything, and as an end result, the governor back then, Martin O'Malley, called me into his office and said, Jimmy, I'm going to give you $140 million to buy your 10 helicopters and everything that goes with it. And ladies and gentlemen, that's where we are today. I can tell you, July 9th, Richard Smith called me and said, did you see what the Board of Public Works did? I had no idea. Nobody had any idea, and I'm gonna sit here and let everybody know, and I believe both of them, that the governor did not know, and neither did the consul. I believe both of them, that they did not know that it was in. And I want everybody to know, since then, this was very personal. Very personal. I can tell you, the last 90 days, I felt like I was back in legislative session. You will never know how many senators and delegates and friends, and then as it went on, you wouldn't know how many lobbyists were calling me and said, Jimmy, let me know what you need. So we worked very hard on this issue. And one thing I want to let everybody know, the medevacs just do not do transport. It is unbelievable even how many fire rescue and EMS personnel in the state of Maryland thinks that is their only duty. And I'm going to tell you, I learned so much about the helicopters. To give you an example, they fly 15 miles off the coast of Ocean City. 15 miles. The closest Coast Guard is New Jersey and North Carolina. What people don't know is our helicopters have the situation all under control even before the Coast Guard gets there. The average person has no idea that that is going on. Maybe they do in Salisbury and Ocean City, but not throughout. And so many other important things. Hoisting, and listen, one of the things that the COVID has done is a lot of people are going to parks all over the state. Well, some of these people, it's the first time they've ever gone to the park. And you wouldn't believe how many search and rescue operations the Maryland State Police are doing, because these people walk into the park and don't know how to get back out. So there are so many things that the state police do. It is unbelievable. And then I want to let you know, I have almost 5,000 friends on Facebook. The reason I use that is because when I send stuff out, if all those people send stuff out, we're getting to a lot of people all throughout the state of Maryland. And I wanted everybody to know, but it was unbelievable how many people called me to tell me about their son, about their daughter, their husband or wife, that the helicopter had saved. So what a great feeling. And it's because of everybody in this room that we package them ready for the helicopter to be transported. And I want to let everybody here know I'm still active. I may not be as old as I look, but I can tell you, I've been an EMT, just started my 45th year, and an IV tech for 44. So at Arbutus, and now living in Hartford County, Susquehanna Hose Company. So when people say, when's the last time you were on the engine, it was this week. So I know what everybody still does. And I wanted to come here today to thank each and every one of you for all the help that you gave me and everyone else during the last 90 days. And I would like to say, and I don't know how many people saw it, but we sent a letter out to the Board of Public Works that we orchestrated, that came from the IAFF,
the Metro Chiefs, the Fire Chiefs Association, and the Maryland State Firemen's Association. Now, you don't think that letter carried clout? You don't think that letter carried clout? You know, I wouldn't be anybody that wants to tick off all the fire and rescue in the state of Maryland. I'm talking politics now. You know, who would want to tick off all those different organizations? And listen, to get everybody to agree on the language, you know, and it went to a law office. Boy, do I feel special that we were able to get that letter. So if you would allow me, I want to thank some people publicly that, you know, if it hadn't been for them, we wouldn't be where we are. And I also want to let you know, one Monday, I'm going to be going to Martin's Air Force, Martin State Airport. I got invited to come down there. We have to make sure now that we get that helicopter service. It needs a 300-hour service. So because it needs a 300-hour service, it has to go out. And our good friend, Captain DeCourcy, is working on that. And the final piece of this puzzle is there will be legislation in Annapolis that I've worked on and have all the sponsors all lined up that we will never, ever, ever have to be put in this predicament again. So I think it'll go through very easily, and I'm very excited, but we'll work on that when session comes. So I'd like to make my thank yous, if I could. I'll start off with, because he told me to thank him first, the president of the Maryland State Firemen's Association, Chuck Walker. He said, if I'm going to let you go at one, thank me first. So go Irish. I also want to thank Chief Tiffany Green, who is the chief of Prince George's County, who was head of the Metro Fire Chiefs, Paul Sullivan, who is the president of the Maryland Fire Chiefs Association, Jeff Buttle, the president of the International Association of Firefighters. Also want to thank a very, very good friend of mine that I think you'll hear his name a little more, is a guy by the name of Steve Wance. Steve Wance is the president of the Carroll County Commissioners. He is a retired career firefighter, and he is also past president and chief up at Pleasant Valley. And he is very active in Maryland Association of Counties, and he does a fantastic job all throughout the state of Maryland, letting us know. And he worked his tail off for us on the sprinkler bill. And if I could have personal privilege, I see the fire marshal is here. I don't know if you all know, he got a big award, a national award from the International Association of Sprinklers. There's 3 people from Maryland that have gotten that award: Bill Bernard, Richard Smith, and now our good Brian Geraci. So I just want to say to Brian, congratulations, my friend.
I thought we were trying to limit the number of people.
I just want to
Okay.
make sure to give you all the accolades.
Okay.
I also want to thank Bobby Phillips, Skip Carey, and Johnny Gatton. We had a lot of meetings in Annapolis that only a handful of people know, and we wanted to have people from all over the state, and we did that to get all that out, and I know some of them are here, and I want to thank you. I also, there's 4 people at the end of the day that really, really, truly worked their tails off and knew everything that was going on. And that was my good friend, Jeff Buttle from the International, A name that you probably haven't heard at all is Don Hawkins. He is the president of AFSCME for the Maryland State Police Civilians, who is the pilot out of Salisbury, who is a retired lieutenant colonel in the Marine Corps. What a great guy to have on your side, and what a great wealth of information he was, and he is. So I want to publicly thank him. And Richard Smith, you all know Richard, you know, that can be good and bad. I want to let you know, thank God I'm a morning person, because the man wakes up at 5:30 in the morning. And Bobby, you know how he is, 5:30 in the morning, and he's texting me, "Are you awake?" And then I say no, and he's still calling me at 5:30 in the morning. But I want to thank Richard for everything he did. And the last I want to thank is everybody in this room for your letters, your phone calls, your emails. And I just want to let everybody know one more thing. Don't let anybody ever tell you it's a done deal. Do you know how many times I heard, "Jimmy, there's nothing you can do, it's a done deal"? Well, I'm here to tell you, look where we are today. So I can tell you, in politics, there's no such thing as, Jimmy, or anybody, it's a done deal. So with that, I want to thank each and every one of you. Thank you for giving me the opportunity today. And Mr. Chairman, it's an honor and privilege to be here with the executive committee and all the wonderful members of the auxiliary and MSFA.
Thank you, sir. Any questions that anybody has for?
No questions, sir.
Online, not online?
None online.
Okay, go ahead. Phil, say your
Bob Phillips. We just heard one of a dissertation from your friend Jim on what isn't being said, or what hasn't been said. Thank you, Jim, because it hadn't been for your efforts. You brought together a lot of people in a short period of time. He kept motivated, he kept moving, and he kept talking. You're never alone, Jim alone. I believe that.
Mr. Chairman, if it's okay with you, I have a retired battalion chief in Baltimore County Fire Department that is retiring, that I am roasting him at 3 o'clock. So if it's okay, I asked the captain if he's going to be a little long. He said maybe. So that's my little hint that if it's okay with you, I'm going to head on down. Nothing personal, Captain.
Thank you. And can you let me know where radar is, please? Thank you, sir.
That's all we have. It must be coming up through the NDIs.
Thank you, Colin. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the executive committee. I'm Jim DeCoursey. I'm the support services captain of the Maryland State Police Aviation. It's an honor to be here to speak with you today. And I just want to express my sincere gratitude for everything that members of the State Firemen's Association, along with everyone else in the state fire rescue EMS world, have done for our community. In April 2020, the Maryland State Police Aviation Command contracted the services of Flintstone Technologies, a Pennsylvania firm that focuses on healthcare changes, to conduct a detailed analysis of our program. The firm, working closely with our personnel as well as personnel from MIMS, evaluated more than 17,000 records for our flight vector CAD system, trauma registry data, and budgetary information in a 3-year period. Flintstone's analysis showed that MSFA responds to 95% of our requests within a 25-minute window. If the command were to take a section out of service or offline, our ability to respond in 25 minutes dropped down to 83%, along with the potential for an 8-minute extended ETA increase. Flintstone also put together a computer program that will help us plan for the future. In July 2020, the Board of Public Works voted to approve a governor's list of reductions for fiscal 2021. Those reductions included closing 1 Maryland State Police Aviation Command helicopter base and selling 1 of our Brewster Westland AW139 helicopters. This week, after receiving Flintstone's 40-page basing study, Colonel Woodrow Jones III, the Superintendent of the Maryland State Police, announced that the agency would not close a section, nor will we sell the helicopter. With the Colonel's announcement, Governor Larry Hogan reaffirmed all Maryland State Police Aviation Command bases will remain open. During the first 9 months of 2020, our personnel have responded to 1,323 EMS calls, transporting 1,373 patients. We responded to 363 law enforcement missions and conducted 176 search and rescue missions. At our current pace, we expect that our personnel aircraft will respond to 2,400 calls. That way, evacs, 478 law enforcement missions, and 31 search and rescue calls that we ran. I also included some highlights of some of our missions, but I wanted to bring everybody's attention to some calls that we had latter part of the last month. Based out of Frederick, responding to a injured hiker who fell down a 20-foot embankment, and with fire service in Washington County, along with county paramedics, we conducted a 95-foot emergency rescue that hiker. On that same day, Trooper 5 based out of Cumberland responded to the Red Hiking Trail in Old Town area of the Green Ridge State Marsh, for another hiker who became injured while on the trail. And during that hoist, we rescued like 200 feet and rescued the hiker, ultimately flying them to Western Maryland Medical Center. That same weekend, Trooper 7, located in Leonardtown, Cambridge County, responded to southern Dorchester County after a hunter was lost for 22 hours outside of Wolfen. Within 30 minutes of them searching the Blackwater Wildlife Refuge, they located the hunter where he was directly out of the in the midst of the coronavirus pandemic, and moving forward with personnel and technology, we are still mission ready. This year, we've trained 6 trooper medics to the qualification of rescue technician, and they will be assigned to sections throughout the state starting October 21st. Also this week, we will have 5 rescue technicians going through the crew chief upgrade process, which will allow them more advanced clinical decision-making and air operational skills. The State Police Aviation Command Medical Training Section is hoping to start another rescue technician school in January with 4 trooper medics who are currently assigned to patrol in our field operations bureau. The Aviation Command is also pleased to announce that 9 civilian pilots have been released to serve as crew members following an intense ground school training over a 4-month period. We are still continuing to actively hire additional pilots. Some technological advances that we're working to upgrade. We currently own 19 ProPac Generation 1 monitors. 14 of them are assigned to section aircraft. We have 1 that's assigned to our training division, and then we also have 1 that's deployed to the state field for tactical operations. This coming February, those monitors will no longer be supported by the manufacturer, so we have to replace them at a cost of $665,000, which has been included for the fiscal budget. We're still working with Dr. Flokier and members of MIMS to potentially put together a program to carry blood on our aircraft. And that's still in the feasibility study phase. And currently we are looking to potentially get ultrasound blood on our aircraft, which will help with patient analysis and decision-making process. Maryland State Police Aviation Command still maintains 7 bases, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, with 9 serviceable aircraft. The 10th aircraft, Delegate 1 spoke of, is our waiting heavy inspection. Late Wednesday, we were given the go-ahead to move forward with having that aircraft inspected. And we hope to get underway by November. We have 2 that are currently in heavy inspection. One's a 4-year and one's a 1-year inspection process. We plan on putting back to the rotation next month. March 19th, 2020 was our 50th year of saving lives with paramedical services, in which we have transported 152,000 patients since the program's inception in 1970. During that time, we have experienced incredible accomplishments achieved by both active and retired members, as well as with our program partners, everyone that is in this room. Our effectiveness as a command in supporting the department and Maryland's world-renowned emergency medical services system will continue to benefit our people and our partnership and everyone in this room. Thank you for this opportunity. Do you have any questions?
Questions, Maryland State Police? Any questions from online?
Negative, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Like Delegate Malone, I also traveled to Harper County this morning, but I did not get lost.
Where did you get speed?
No, Dan. Thank you very much.
Zoom Safety Committee report, Michael McConnell. You on the line by any chance?
No, sir.
High school tech jam, do you have anything for you?
Yes, sir. The report was filed electronically. It's on the
hot mic
there. And I'd just say that probably contrary to a lot of other things, the high school tech programs are pretty much running not they've been modified in many cases, but most of them are running. Only two regions that don't have programs, North Central and the Lower Shore, and North Central, the academies there are running some programs, so it's still getting trained. In the Lower Shore, they're looking at Worcester County would like to start one in the spring, so if they have the daytime instructors, I'm gonna go. So things, high school programs are running. I'm not gonna say as usual, and there've been a lot of issues associated with COVID that have caused modifications. But the fire service, MSFA, and school systems have collaborated to work through those, and things are working. It's different just about every program. So an attaboy to all the folks, the coordinators that are running these programs in all the different counties. So I'll just put the offer out there. If anybody needs assistance, my wife and I have been doing this for over 25 years with these high school programs, and we'd be more than happy to visit with you to try to get one started or to work out any problems or issues that you're having with the program. So thank you very much. Entertain any questions.
Any questions for Dan and the high school tech program? Any from online?
No, sir.
Thank you, Dan. Thank you. All right. About the standards committee, Ken Bush. Online.
And online.
Ken is online.
He is online. We're working on it.
Oh. I don't know why it's not talking to us. Mr. Chairman, you might as well go on. Ken's not responding to the chat. So.
All right, we'll try and move on. It's online. Back to the back.
Yes, sir.
Our Adams County shock trauma. Or Resco.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Stand by. Can you tell?
Ken Bush says, I've received a request this past week for the MSFA to consider writing a standard to address technical rescue units. I would appreciate anyone with any thoughts or suggestions on this project to contact me by email. In the meantime, I will poll the standards committee to determine their interest. I guess that's his report. I need to find this other. I'm not seeing it. But I don't remember. Amber Reed.
No, that's not her.
No, not seeing her online.
She's not, all right, well, we can move on. Department of Natural Resources, Forestry.
Okay, thank you. My name is Randy Camp. I'm with the Maryland Forest Service. I'm here representing our unit, our agency today. Chris Robertson, our state fire.
Move closer to the mic.
Our state fire suit. Chris Robertson, unfortunately, has had a death in the family and unable to attend. He does send his regard. Camp with a K, K-A-M-P. So I'm a fire manager, basically cover half of the state. Counterpart of mine will help you speak out here. As a copy of the report, and I'll begin with basically as of yesterday, our totals of fires that our personnel have responded to so far this year. 70 wildfires burning a little over 1,400 acres. You can see the breakdown there if you haven't.
I was just going to ask.
Also, our agency
Just go to share
our
screen
partners have completed
and select
18 prescribed burns
share.
on
So
over
it will share
338
that part of the picture.
acres for hazard
That way
mitigation and
everybody
resource
up there is
benefits.
really seeing this.
Obviously,
Everybody can hear us seeing everything.
here
You can actually make
we're
the
greatly
screen.
impacted by
What about are you going to handle all comments and questions? Okay.
also, we did consider, respiratory patients, kind of factored in there as well with our curtailment of this operation. Under personnel and staffing, we have selected Chris Smith, he filled our one fire manager position vacancy. So Chris recently, prior to taking on this new role, was our training coordinator in the agency. He also serves as a forest ranger in both Hartford and Dorchester counties in the past. His main office will be out of our Madonna Ranger Station in Hartford County. And again, he will cover the other half of the state. We have several vacancies statewide currently. Again, these have, for the most part, been put on hold due to the current budget situation created by COVID. Our current vacancies include our state forest director. It is being filled currently on an acting capacity by our associate director, Ken Jolly. Other vacancies include, again, our training coordinators. We have forest ranger positions in Frederick and Washington County and Wycomico counties, project manager for the Upper Shore, and an urban and community forest. Our fire staff positions, we recently selected Marina Peterson. She will be a Firewise technician. She'll be working out of Madonna. That Firewise technician is responsible for promoting Firewise Maryland throughout the state. We also recently been able to fill 2 seasonal firefighter positions. Scott Hutchinson, who has been in the southern region for a number of years, is returning. We recently selected William, also known as Buddy Harler, here for our Green Ridge Fire Center. Buddy recently worked at Secretary of State Force and has a fair amount of wildfire. Under VFA, the 2020 volunteer fire system grant application period has closed. We received 68, we received applications from 68 fire departments, representing 18 counties, and that total funding request was for just shy of $416,000. Those applications have been rated and awarded, and letters have been sent to 50 volunteer fire companies that have been awarded the funds for the 50/50 match grant. Total of $108,000 in funding will be distributed to complete a little over $259,000 dollars for the project. Under training, we have scheduled for the week of October 26th to the 30th at West Friendship Volunteer Fire Company in Howard County for our fall basic course. Again, this is an NWCG training course, S-130 wildland firefighter, S-190 introduction to wildland fire behavior. And the course is currently full. Registration payment closed. Just this past week, we held a tractor plow dozer operations course, training 16 of our employees from across the state. This was held on the Eastern Shore, and we gave them both classroom and hands-on training on the safe transport and operation of our agency tractor plows and dozer units. Under fleet and heavy equipment, we completed our FY20 build-up. We built 5 Type 7 brush units. They were 2020 Ford F-250s. They were crew cabs. We installed 100-gallon suppression units along with all the emergency equipment needed necessary for those Type 7 units. We had been scheduled to receive a one-ton utility body truck. Unfortunately, again, that was cut from the budget. And also, all of our fleet replacements for FY21 and 22 have been cut following the budget situation with COVID. We do struggle. We probably put more vehicles out of service than also what we've been receiving for a number of years. We were able to spec out last year, and we received this spring 2 2020 Kenworth transports. We had dovetails installed on them. And those are one being assigned to the eastern region, one to the southern transport. 2 650 dozers that we received in 2019. And lastly, under that, again, this past winter, having chassis, and we've since installed an aluminum flatbed on that. We're having custom aluminum boxes, storage boxes made for it. We have procured 400-gallon suppression unit and pump, and we're going to outfit that as a heavy type station. As far as interagency wildfire support, I'm sure probably a lot of you are following what's been going on this summer. It's been a very busy summer across the country, and certainly been busy for us in supporting and assisting across the country. We did have a dozer in Texas, dozer transport, and a chase truck in Texas for just about 9 weeks. There was 2 personnel rotated out over those 9 weeks, assisting Texas, West Texas, experiencing fairly severe drought down there. In July, we had 2 Type 6 engines with 3 personnel each dispatched to Colorado. They have since moved on to California and are still currently on assignment. Also, last month in August, we dispatched a Type 4 engine with 4 personnel to Southern California, and they are still on assignment as well. Currently, I think they've extended through next week, and we will see if they want to keep those season resources out there. We've had 4 suppression modules consisting of 10 personnel each, travel to fires in Colorado, Wyoming, and Nebraska. And we also supported a 20-person interagency crew from the Mid-Atlantic region by providing 6 personnel. That crew was made up of resources from some of our neighboring states, to round out that 20-person crew. They are on fire currently in Wyoming, here. And lastly, we had 9 single resource personnel assisting with dispatch centers and wildfires in Arizona, Pennsylvania, Colorado, Oregon, and Utah. As far as federal excess goes, or federal excess property program and our firefighter property program, both programs continue to grow across the state. Many departments have taken advantage of these programs. And as always, if anyone would like anything or any assistance, please let us know. There's some pictures there for you, for those who have the report and our Google link to put in a request.
Any questions for them? Any questions from online?
Not at this time, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Maryland military. Online.
Jackie?
No, nobody's online from military.
No, negative.
All right. Office of the Fire Marshal. Fire Marshal Bracy.
Should have already been on.
Mr. Chairman. I'm Mark Pilger. I'm reporting today for the State Fire Prevention Commission with the permission of the Fire Marshal. I just wanted to bring you up to date on some stuff for the State Fire Prevention Commission. Normally, every year, the commission sponsors the Mid-Atlantic Life Safety Conference in September. A lot of your members attended. Unfortunately, the venue that we utilized, Johns Hopkins, APL suspended all operations when those type of programs outside people coming to our facility as for programs. I was told that we have a date scheduled for next year, but Johns Hopkins is not going to make any decision on their operations until after the first of the year. But we do have something definitely set up, but again, it's going to be up to Johns Hopkins to make that final decision. If in fact they're going to allow us to come back in September of 2021 and hold our program there. Secondly, I'd like to report that a longtime chairman, one of the MSFA past president, Danny Davis, just completed his 10th year on the commission. We have 2 5-year appointments by the governor, and he just finished up his second 5-year appointment as chairman for many of those years. So again, we'd like to congratulate him for his dedication and service that he gave to the commission while he was there. And then finally, I would like to announce that Ken Stevens will be taking past President Davis' position on the State Fire Prevention Commission representing Southern Maryland. We all know the commission of Dan's background and dedication to fire EMS, his relationship with the fire marshal office. We have no doubt that will be a good fit for the commission and will be doing very well representing Southern Maryland. And that's all I have. I just wanted to give you a quick update on the commission and things that are being made to the board. Thank you, sir. Are there any questions for Mark?
Any questions, Richard?
No, no, Chair.
Thanks, sir. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Again, I want to echo Mark's statement. I want to welcome Commissioner Stevens to our Prevention Commission. Look forward to seeing you next week at the meeting down in Annapolis. So happy to have you on board. I guess you didn't have enough work to do and and everything else you did. I was surprised, but we're welcome with open arms. We're happy to have you, and looking forward to working with you and the other commissioners. So at this time, we have 5 civilian vacancies. All the civilian vacancies throughout the state have been frozen, so we're not able to hire anyone at all. So we do have some engineer positions that are still vacant, some inspector positions, and our community risk reduction specialist and PIO positions vacant. So might be a while before we're able to hire those folks and bring them on board. So we're doing the best we can with what we got. We were able to have a promotion exam this year. We promoted Deputy State Fire Marshal Dexter Hodges to Deputy Chief. He's currently our Administrative Services Chief at headquarters, and which was originally put by Chief Stevens, who's now the commander back down at the lower eastern shore. So, have to have that back down there and Dexter at headquarters. Master Deputy State Fire Marshal Jamie Rodeheaver, who's out west here in Garrett County, was named the 2019 Deputy State Fire Marshal of the Year and received the James C. Robinson Award in the ceremony that we had at headquarters back in August. We were able to bring on 4 new Deputy State Fire Marshals in August. 3 have been assigned, 3 were laterals, so 2 have been assigned to Eastern Shore offices and 1 here out west. The 4th started her law enforcement career, her academy with Carroll County Sheriff's Office. So that brings our sworn staff to full strength, but we've never been at the 44 personnel. So we're happy with that. We're happy with the HR folks that we have at headquarters. They're doing a great job of bringing these people on and getting them here timely, so we can hire them before the shoe drops. We can't hire anybody. Looking with the way it goes with the budget projections and things like that. So we're happy to have them on board. Young lady that we hired is in the Law Enforcement Academy. She's our first Latino hire, and also female. So we're happy to have her on board. We continue to work on our diversity within the office, and are happy that she came on board with us. She has a forensics degree background, so I think she'll do very well with us. So year to date for 2020, a little bit different from the report you have that we filed. Right now, confirmed there's 36 fire fatalities across the state of Maryland compared to 50 at the same time last year, the 28% reduction from those. We have 4 deaths pending with the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner. So again, the numbers continue to stay down. We're hoping that the numbers do stay down for the next 3 months. Obviously, with the colder weather coming, we see an increase in fires, as everyone here in the room knows. So, we continue to ask all the departments to get the messages out there with regards to smoke alarms, get out, stay out, close those bedroom doors at night, and those types of things. So keep pushing those messages. We really believe that the 10-year sealed battery smoke alarms and residential sprinklers are saving lives here in Maryland. We see a lot more saves than obviously do we have deaths or injuries. So they are working. And obviously, thanks to everybody here, thanks to the legislative committee for all the work that they've done on all those bills in Annapolis to get those things in place, and it's making a difference. We're starting to turn the corner, and we're starting to see these deaths and injuries come down. So I'm happy about that. August 4th of July, we expected it to be out of control when it was, and saw a lot more injuries, saw a lot more fires during the 4th of July. We only permitted 150 fireworks shows compared to the 400 shows that we normally do every year. So obviously, with the number of public fireworks display shows that were down, everybody had something in their backyard, and obviously some folks got hurt, and we had some fires. So several structure fires as a result of the fireworks and those types of things, and several serious injuries as a result of fireworks as well. We put in, you see in the report, we have our second quarter numbers, our third quarter numbers we just added. 175 investigations in the third quarter, 122 were fire related. We closed 10 criminal cases by arrest with 26 individuals. We've been locking a lot of people up, so that's a good thing. Folks are doing a great job out there closing these cases in a timely fashion. and some serious cases that we've been closing. So, 1,670 inspections were completed and 1,205 plans were reviewed by the engineering staff. Something in the normal report down at Michigan City is the 2019 numbers out of the Maryland Fire Incident Reporting System. In 2019, we had a total of 13,787 fires reported into the system, which is a 3.6% reduction over 2018. Of those 5,692 were building fires, which is a 25% reduction over 2018. Fire injured a total of 130 civilians, which is a 7% reduction, and 125 firefighters, which was a 26% reduction. So a lot of things came down in 2019, including the civilian deaths, which were 65, which is an 8.4% reduction of the number of civilians killed. The dollar loss was up. If you remember, we had a large explosion, gas explosion in Howard County at a commercial office building and retail place. So that's what brought the total estimated dollar loss up to 160 million, which is a 23% increase in the dollar loss over 2018. So that was a multi-million-dollar loss there in Howard County, and that's what kicked that number up. We continue to work with the Maryland Center for School Safety. We provided some guidance memos to them with regards to alcohol-based sanitizers and emergency exit drills during COVID. And we've been working with them closely with that and the officers that work inside the schools. To date, we've had 6 employees who suffered exposures to COVID. All exposures were off duty. One did test positive for the virus. It was quarantined for a while, but no ill effects with regards to that positive test. So everybody was isolated. Our offices are open, but they're open with limited staff each and every day. There's not full staff in all our offices, and that will be the case until the end of the year per MSP. So, inspection, plan review, everything's still getting done. We're doing a lot of in-person inspections, but we're also doing a lot of virtual inspections. Folks are using their tablets and phones and those types of things and reaching out to contractors. And we're doing a lot of virtual inspections with that. So that seems to be helping as well. And obviously keeping our employees safe. We responded to the request from Baltimore City with the home explosion that occurred in August. I'm sure everybody saw that on the news. Total 3 homes were destroyed and a bunch of vehicles and other homes were damaged. 7 individuals were transported to the hospital to critical injuries, and unfortunately we had 2 fatalities that were discovered during the operation. So we worked at scene with Baltimore City and ATF. Believed to be that there was a contractor inside the night before the explosion was doing work on some appliances in the basement of the center house that was the epicenter of the explosion, and we believe that's what the cause was on that. So, if I can, just real quick, Mr. Chairman, I do have 2 certificates for past President Faust, recognizing his leadership for being the president of MSA, a government citation, and a citation for our office that we normally present during the officer banquet, but we didn't have one of those this year. So I appreciate all your friendship and partnership you've had this last year. Thank you, sir. Thank you for that. So that, Mr. Chairman, it concludes the report for today, and I'll take any questions. Questions for the fire marshal? Questions for the fire marshal?
None online, sir.
Yeah, thank you. That was very unexpected. The American Fire Sprinkler Association awarded me the 2020 Fire Sprinkler Advocate of the Year Award. I was taken back by that when they called and said I was getting it. Unfortunately, obviously, we couldn't be at their convention this year in Orlando, which would have been nice, but we're getting together here at the end of the month for dinner, and they're going to present me the award then. But I did accept the award virtually. They had a virtual conference online last week. accepted that, but, just tremendous honors for that, and, appreciate it. And I told them, and I tell everybody, it's a team effort, we work together. Jimmy said, when all of us come together, they can't stop us in Annapolis. They can't. And especially on the sprinkler side, because we have all the players that he mentioned, fire chiefs, IFF, MSFA, plus we have the sprinkler contract, which is the Sprinkler Association. So us partnering with them has been a great partnership. And as you saw last year, we got that bill through where we're now enforcing the residential sprinkler laws throughout the state of Maryland. It is sprinklers as of October 1st, are being put in new homes here in Allegheny County. And we're enforcing that. And Allegheny County got put on notice back in September. And so all plans and those types of things are coming through our office now. And so now we don't have any counties that are not sprinkling homes in the state of Maryland. And it's the efforts from here, and it's the efforts of everybody else. So I just happen to get the award, but it's a team effort, and really it's a force to be reckoned with down there, as everyone knows has been part of that. And you know, it's great to see. So and the sprinkler folks are happy with that. So it's been good. But thank you for that. And you know, I was taken back by that. But the names of the people that received that award were prior to me is a long list of folks that have been in the fire prevention field for many, many years. I was just honored to be just part of that. So, but it's been great. So, but thank you for that.
Dolly, you're up next. Excuse my back. There you are. Now, rain. And again, I can Before we leave today, I'm going to have all the past presidents over here today. We'll give your shot back and appreciate my effort. Again, great place to be of this organization. Really, something congratulations. Sorry about that. First, I just want to thank everybody. I'll be a little emotional. I apologize. Being the president of the organization, really did. We accomplished a lot. We had a great year. I want to thank Chuck, and I know Joel's not here, but thank you for your support. Thank all the executive members, past presidents for their support. I wanted to do this job for a long time, and it didn't end the way I wanted to. But I want to thank you all for your support. Again, Glenn Mallocky, your state agency partners, thank you for all you all did for us. Thanks to past presidents for their support, and I'm honored to be a member of that great group then. Thank you very much. Thanks.
You have been one of the most amazing presidents. This is nothing compared to what you do to every one of us here. I know you had a little stumble, so we had to make it right. So for Frank and I, we love you dearly.
A quick check, we had a friend of mine is the manager of one of the Cracker Barrels. So we had her put like point.
Yeah. For those of you guys that don't know, Wednesday a week ago, I was loading a lazy boy chair in the back of my pickup truck to get rid of it. The seat opened up, it broke my little finger, about cut it off, broke the finger next to it. Last night after the reception we had at the hotel, thanks for that, Chuck and Al getting care of that. We decided to go to Cracker Barrel and have dinner. Well, I went in, my glasses were a mess, so I decided to go to the restroom to clean my glasses. I slipped, I fell, and I just found out that I re-broke my finger. So I'm likely to have to have surgery to repair the little finger, but I'm here.
Welcome to Allegheny County.
All right. So something I meant to mention after we came back from lunch, anybody who would like any of that sausage gravy that they had for breakfast, Flintstone's selling it for $7 for a quart or $5 for a smaller size. I don't know what that is. See Dave Kyle back in the kitchen or one of the other. All right. We're going to move on. Teresa Ann is not going to be here. Lauren Cindy Johnson will report tomorrow. Residential Sprinkler Committee.
Anything online for them?
No.
No, sir.
Meanwhile.
When they shut down.
Good afternoon. Did everybody hear me?
Yes. Terry Thompson's online. Bring your feet up.
Good afternoon.
Okay.
Afternoon, everyone.
How do I do that?
Hang on, Terry, we're working.
Okay, bud.
I don't know why this. How did you get this thing to go?
You're the one that touched it last.
It's hysterical.
Presently being stored in a building, according to Dalton County, is not going to be there much longer. There's something this association is going to have to do is find buildings to put these trailers in. And that'll be on our radar to get done. Our goal, between the chief, and myself, would like to see one of these trailers back on the western shore and handle it, one on the western shore, one on the eastern shore. I don't know what we're gonna do. I'm gonna put it out here to the executive committee so no one can really say they didn't know that this issue is on the horizon at this time.
Thank you.
Terry, try it now. I didn't hear the song.
Good afternoon. Can you
We're
everybody?
working on it, sir.
No. Go past him and let me work on this.
Good. And David, come back. That was you.
Yeah, that's what I want.
Okay.
All right, Terry, try it now.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me?
Why isn't it getting?
I can see you, hear you, Rich. See you, Rich.
I know. Well, I created another meeting link, but I'm not hearing you coming in.
I'm hearing it fine now.
Yeah, I hear him fine on the meeting, but it's not getting over to the speaker system. There it is.
What was that studio?
Oh, there's a really long delay. Terry, start your report. It will get here eventually.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Executive Director Strickland is also on the call with me today.
Huge delay.
He will be speaking after I give a quick brief on MEMA in reference to some legislative items that he would like to discuss with. I bring you greetings on behalf of the team at MEMA. As everyone knows, we did send in the report electronically. We're still very much involved with the COVID-19 from March up through, I guess, about July 10th. We were working on site mostly with other state agencies and federal agencies. And since that time, we are now doing a lot of it virtually due to the COVID, but we're still working with the health department and other state agencies on a daily basis. In September was MEMA did it was Preparedness Month. So they got the message out on Know Your Zone for the hurricane preparedness and other things in that way. One of the big items that we work on is mitigation, and we're still working, continues on the 2021 update to the state hazard mitigation plan, which evaluates the hazards and risks in each of the counties and 23 counties in Baltimore City. And the hazard mitigation branch is also coordinating the rollout of the new FEMA Building Resilient Infrastructure Community Program. We did submit some requests for hazard mitigation projects. Some have been successful. They will be announced in the jurisdictions where they are. Back in, I guess it was August, there was a rainstorm or storm geysers that went through some of the area of the state. In September, early September, a request was sent to FEMA requesting a presidential declaration for 3 of the jurisdictions, Calvert County, Dorchester County and St. Mary's County because they met their threshold. We did a lot of coordination with that. We're still doing coordination with them. And I guess one of the things I'd like to say how partnerships work, in Calvert County, one of the neighbors who had their roads repaired less than 2 months after the storm went through, thanks to the generosity of the local businesses and nonprofits. And that's how it's supposed to work. And I just want to commend Calvert County for that. We're still continuing with the plans for the remodeling of the agency building up at Camp Frederick. They've been slowed up a little bit due to the COVID, but that building was designed back in the late 1990s, and it was designed for about 40 employees. And right now, we're well above that. So we got mostly, a lot of the people are working remotely. We do have staff there 24/7, especially with the MJOC that's there, and others are coming in, but we are working remotely. One other thing, as you could see in the report, we've had some new people come on board. One of the longtime employees just retired. That was Sharon Morzani. She was in the finance section. Some of you all might have talked to her from time to time, but she retired after 41-year career with the state government. That's a quick brief from the report that was sent electronically. If you have any questions, just let me know. And we're always here to assist you. And now I'm going to turn it over to Russ for his what he would like to speak about.
Thank you, Terry. And thank you to Chairman Lutz and President Walker for the opportunity to take a few minutes to talk to you all today. Can you hear me okay? I'm assuming that must be a yes. Okay.
Russ, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Thank you. What I wanted to share with you today is, first off, a very, very big thank you for the assistance from your legislative committee and support last year on the pieces of legislation that MEMA had in. This is the first time in many, many, many years that we have had legislation in the session. And with that, we had 4 pieces of legislation, 3 of which were successful. So your folks showed up at every hearing. You were there to support us and help, kind of nurture that along. It was a successful year for us. Several of the bills were very specific to MEMA and MEMA's operations within state government, particularly the responsibilities and some of the definitions and all. That went through without any problem. And then a new section of the annotated code for us, which is the COOP-COG, which is the continuity of operations planning and continuity of government. It's set into law the responsibilities for us to work with the state jurisdiction or state agencies to make sure that they have those kind of plans in place. And we had certainly an opportunity to exercise that and are continuing to exercise that with the COVID event. So those 2 were successful. The one that did not get through, and it really didn't get through because we ran out of time, and that's the enhanced coordination order. We hope to see that again be presented this year. The one that went through that is directly applicable to local jurisdictions and to you within the fire service is the Maryland Emergency Management Assistance Compact that's been in place since the mid-2000s. Since the mid-2000s, when that has been in effect, one of the challenges with it, and this was the feedback from the local jurisdictions, is that the local jurisdiction had to declare a state of emergency. And we had that taken out. At the same time, they renamed it to the Maryland Intrastate Emergency Management Assistance Compact. And in an additional bill, the city of Laurel joined it. Well, it's good. It's an excellent program, and I think we'll be able to use it much more effectively now. But talking with the local emergency managers, and I know Richard Brooks is on the phone today from Cecil County, and Richard also sits as the emergency managers affiliate chair with the Maryland Association of Counties. Discussion with them is that we'd really like to take this assistance compact and evolve it into really a statewide mutual aid program, such that like City of Laurel came on board this year, City of Annapolis came on board 2 years ago. We don't need to do that. Put something in law such that, you know, we can set up and have by agreement, and you may need to pass a resolution at the local level, but have an agreement in place that is really a true mutual aid. Department of Public Works have been working with something like that, similar, with multiple jurisdictions and really the municipalities in the state for some of their needs. It was a need that came out of the civil unrest in the city of Baltimore in 2015. And since then, the Baltimore Police Department has actually been working with some of that. But what we're looking at is one that could be across the board for the entire state, would cover all disciplines, and maybe even eventually pull in some of the nonprofits, particularly the hospitals, so that we can be able to share and go back and forth and assist each other as we've learned through this COVID event, particularly with the protective equipment. So I know Richard's on the line. He has been working with MACO, and we're trying to identify if we have a legislator who would be interested in moving forward with a piece of legislation like this. It truly needs to come from the locals up and the disciplines up versus, I think, from the government down. So in partnership with MACO, we're going to try and push for that this year. We wanted to raise the point with you all. We want to work closely with your legislative committee and get your thoughts and all on it as it may be drafted. And I would ask if Richard Brooks has any comments or any follow-on or points that I may have missed in describing all of that. Richard? Okay, he may have dropped off. With that, that's the main point I want to discuss with you all today and share with you. And again, to thank you very, very much for the support during the last legislative session. To have your folks there at every one of the hearings was absolutely tremendous, and we appreciate it. And if you have any questions, I'd be more than happy to try and answer them. And if not, I thank you very much for the time.
Richard, go ahead.
Hey, Russ, Richard's on there. I think he needs to be unmuted.
I'm unmuted. I don't know what's happening.
There you go.
I can hear you.
We can
All right,
hear
we're there now? Sweet. All right, cool. It must have been the auxiliary speakers. All right. So yeah, let me follow on with Director Strickland really quick, because it was great when he brought this forward in an initiative in something that's obviously going to reach down and help the volunteer fire service. I think the effort here is to go back to the legislative committee, and perhaps the executive committee can take this on as an action item, so that there's support from the volunteer fire service to move this forward. I don't see anything bad here. This is all good. It's something that we in the fire service have known in mutual aid for decades, probably centuries, and it's easy for us. I think the formality of it is what's needed in today's world. So we'll be available for this. As Russ said, we did have this discussion with leadership in MACO. They are of a mind to support this, and we'll move it through their process to do that, or to stand behind us with it. And then obviously whatever the executive committee needs or the president's need to move this forward within the MSFA, we'd appreciate that. So I'll take any questions if you have them. If not, I'll find a way to go back on mute.
That's it, Mr. Chairman. You can do questions.
Any questions? Any questions? Do we need a motion for that to happen? Or whatever you were talking about? Okay, all right, moving on. Search and rescue, Scuba submitted his report online. He says he'll be glad to answer any questions. I don't believe he's online.
What's kicking my ass?
And Jack.
They don't get audio for the meeting.
Okay,
That's where it's getting.
and he's already submitted online. He's not online. Right?
Their audio
No.
is being circled.
What's up? Yeah.
By the way, Dave, do you have anything as a representative to the county hearing task force?
Nothing in addition to what Alex offered in the office.
I don't know. I haven't touched it.
Maryland Fire Chiefs.
Where'd it go?
I don't have a report from President Sullivan. I just have a couple items that are coming up for training from this year.
State your name.
I'm sorry, Scott Wood, Executive Board, Maryland Fire Chiefs Association. What we have coming up in December 12th and 13th is the leadership weekend in Ocean City, which is being hosted at the Carousel. The registration is now up online through the website. We are working on the Mark Faulkner County Safety Seminar, which is hosted in Carroll County Training Academy on the 16th of January 2021. Details for that should be coming out. And also we're working with the Fire Rescue Institute on the open seminar, which will be in March of 2021. And we're still working on those details. That's all I have for the training side of the association.
All right, any questions?
Thank you. All right, that's about it for today. I think we'll call up Chaplain Long to give us the benediction. Wait a minute, Chaplain.
I'm just going to borrow a couple seconds of your time, Mr. Chairman. As you know, I'm Eric Smothers. I'm president or current EMS chairman for your EMS. I've been a fire EMS provider here in Maryland for 40 years, and currently work for the Maryland State Police. I've been a paramedic, light paramedic for well over 35 years. I am the past president of the Frederick County Volunteer Fire and Rescue Association. After serving 4 years in that position, the current president of the Brunswick Volunteer Ambulance Rescue Company in Brunswick, Maryland. I also serve on SEMSAC and their regional affairs chairperson. Today, I'd like to announce my candidacy for second vice president for MSFA.
Please join me in prayer. Almighty God, we thank you for being with us today, Father, and we ask you to be with us again tomorrow. And this evening, we ask you to be with those that are crossing together to be part of our fellowship. And those who are traveling home, we ask for safe travel mercies. We ask this on your name.
All right, we're in recess until tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. This building will be secured if anyone wants to leave their equipment here. It will be locked, there will be no access.
All right. So there's got to be a way we could shut this microphone off. I'll take a look at it. Yeah. Oh, the password for the, that's what it is. Cell phone number for the patient.
I tried on my phone to try to tap. It just worked out it today.
Okay. She was hanging up there waiting. See ya.
She's online to do it. Oh.
So can I stop the share on this or do I need to leave it running?
Do a leave meeting or close meeting, and it should close everything. Stop share.
Stop share.
And then end meeting. And for